Hello. How's it going? How are you, Unix? Yeah, Discworld Noir, I think, today. Unless just you and you sick of it. Play something else. Um, they really busy month for game releases this month, isn't it? I wonder how many of them will always be as successful as Concord. Uh, yeah. I don't know what the deal with is that game. Apparently, it had a really long development time, and now they're shutting down the servers to I think they described it as assess their options. It probably means they're going to retool it as a free-to-play game since they're issuing refunds across the board, and then it'll be full of microtransactions, and they'll hope to get some of that asymmetrical MOBA hero shooter money that nobody's going to get because Valve are going to release Deadlock pretty soon. Yeah, boot up the game. Well, there's some cool stuff coming out. I know that is it Forever Winter? That looks interesting. It's one of them extraction shooters, except the idea is that you don't shoot. You run and hide from armies and mechs that on a active battlefield, which is a pretty cool concept. That looks pretty cool. It comes out on the 24th in early access. That Star Wars game came out this week. Didn't it come out yesterday or Monday? And there's some other stuff as well, isn't there? Oh yeah, Space Marine 2 on the 9th, next Monday. Like, from what I've seen of trailers and gameplay trailers and stuff, Space Marine 2 looks like it's going to be as much fun, if not more fun, than the first Space Marine game, which was a lot of fun. But for some reason, there's videos all over YouTube of people being like, what do you have to know before buying Space Marine 2? Like, there's some kind of caveat to that purchase decision. I think it's just clickbait material, to be honest. I haven't bothered clicking on any of them, so I don't know. Because life's not long enough. Not, yeah. Discworld. God, that's an icon I just can't see. Yeah, sorry the stream's starting a little late. The stupidest reason why making chocolate peanut butter cookies. My wife. They're not quite set yet. I'm just gonna let them cool there for a bit. Got a cup of tea. All coming up, Wheelhouse. Resume game. Right. What's our save game called? To the casino. I guess we're going to the casino. It's called Saturnalia, isn't it? The Wharf. We got Pier 5. The Octarine Parrot. I think that's a pub, isn't it? Check our office first. I would love to know why going to a location on the map goes righty-ho. Oh my god, I'm going to have to try and say this name. Hello, happy Wednesday to you as well. It's not Torquay, is it? Like the place Torquay. Is that spelled differently? It is Torquay. Yes! Take that, dyslexia. Torquay Ginger 3. Welcome. How are you doing? We was playing some Discworld Noir. We just started for the day. Does this game make you feel like a Discworld? Yes, it does. If by that you mean slightly mad and doesn't make a lot of sense, yes. Right, we don't have anything new in here. No one's abruptly entered. No booby traps. No letters. Nobody from the Assassin's Guild waiting in the ceiling. Right. To Saturnalia then, I guess.
Saturnalia was almost legendary. The upmarket casino was situated on the King's Way and was frequented by the rich members of Ankh's high society and hopeful social climbers from Morpork. It was a temple to
you probably make more money.
Avarice.
That's a
Like
bonus.
Any temple, anyone with money was welcome.
I don't know. Do I want to frazzle you with too much backstory? Yeah, why not? I had a kid last year. He's 1 now. It was his birthday last week before, and before that I was a freelance graphic designer, and I sort of just toned down all the work. Like I had some of my contacts retired anyway, and some jobs dried up, and generally like the post-Brexit, post-COVID world, not people and you know, post-AI world, people not really that interested in design unless it's like very specific and very under budget. So I don't exactly earn a lot at the moment. My wife is the one with a good career, and I do the childcare. Yeah, I got a call off down there. Stuff to click on from like an old
The last person I wanted
client
to see
that
was
would
death
wanted like
himself, waiting to
go back
take
in
me
business
to
or like
whatever
working for somebody
hell
else, and they
awaits
wanted
failure
a
like me. But after
quote
death,
for like
Ilsa
potentially
was
loads of work,
Etruscan.
and I just gave them a
My
realistic
eyes were
quote, and I
drawn to
haven't
her
heard
the
off them in
moment
3
I
days,
entered
so I have a feeling I priced
and
myself out of that.
I decided then and there that I wasn't going to talk to her.
Oh well.
The next thing I remember, I was talking to her.
Hello, Luton. Still mad at me?
As soon as I learn how to offer forgiveness, you'll be the first one to receive it.
This is my companion, Two Conkers.
Pleased to be meeting you. You are Remora Salachi. Not the last
That accent's
time I checked.
not
This is Luton.
it's
He's
great.
an old friend of mine.
Why did he think I was Remora Salachi?
We're supposed to be meeting him here.
What do you want with an assassin like Remora?
What are you talking about?
I looked around to see Remora drawing a weapon. Assassins are damn good at what they do, but they're not allowed to kill innocent bystanders. I didn't know
It was a different time.
but I decided to stand between Remora and his target. Interrupting an assassin while he was working was a risky business. So I decided to ambush Remora with the old only answer questions with questions routine. Why did you try to kill that woman?
Why does any assassin try to kill someone?
Who put a contract out on Ilsa?
Don't you know better than to interfere in official guild business?
Why would anyone want to kill Ilsa?
Do you expect me to discuss a confidential case with you?
What do you want from me, Remora?
A swift death and a cheap funeral.
Ha! You lose! That wasn't a question, that was a statement. You're getting sloppy.
You're lucky we're only allowed to kill for
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, sorry, I
Because
should have
I'd
introduced
take you
myself
out
really,
for
shouldn't I?
free.
Also, welcome in
I
Smoosh.
managed to embarrass
Smoosh.
Remora in front of a crowd
Smoosh.
of social notables, and that was bad news.
Yeah,
It was bad
every
enough
Wednesday
that I
I
had the
play
last ring
retro
on my
PC
hand
games
without the
on a variety of
assassin's guild obeying
real
my
hardware
order.
systems. This one is
Fortunately,
the
there was nothing they
DOS
could do to me
98
unless
PC.
someone paid for a contract on me. Actually, that wasn't strictly true.
Although I
They
recently
could tie me
discovered
up and
somebody
torture me
created a
for
fix for
days
this
if they
game, so you
wanted
can play it
to,
on Windows 10
just as long as I didn't die.
on the
It
PC
wasn't
Gaming
a
wiki
comforting
page.
thought.
Just
Who was
drag
the
and drop
woman?
replacement for the
Carlotta, what are you doing
executable, which is
here?
pretty cool.
I like to take risks. Isn't that what life is for?
I've taken enough risks to last a lifetime.
You didn't answer my question, you know. Who was the woman?
Ilsa, why do you want to know? Jealous? Afraid you might have a right?
Oh, thanks very much for the
All women
follow.
are rivals, Luton.
She's not important.
I see. If you decide to be honest with me, I'll be around.
It was the most unsettled I'd seen Carlotta get. I guess there was a heart in that cold chest after all.
Right, so that was a lot that just happened for walking into a casino. Our ex was here with somebody from another continent, waiting for an assassin who then showed up and tried to kill her, but we got in the way, and then our client showed up and was concerned and sassy about the fact that we knew that woman. Great. We've got roulette table. Do the old scan. We got a craps table, we got a roulette table, we got Carlotta, we got a Karok deck. Well, and that guy's not interactable. And oh, look at that. We got an. Is that the exit? Or. Yeah, that must be the exit. Yep. And what have we got over here? The River Ankh. Don't want to be ending up in there again. That must be the exit back to the city. Okay. Not a lot going on. Go back in. We'll talk to Carlotta first.
The woman's name is Ilsa. She and I used to be close. It's over.
Why are you telling me this?
I thought you might want to know.
How is the case going?
Badly. Mundy's dead.
Dead?
Adulting calls?
Yeah, dead.
Oh, thank you very
Murdered.
much.
And not a pretty sight.
Yeah, have a
I'm
good
sorry.
day.
Don't
Hope
be.
work is
I'll survive. You could have chosen
an easy
nicer
one.
way to
And
tell me.
I'll see you
I
soon.
thought you might appreciate me getting straight to the point. Do you want me to stay on the case?
Is there still a case?
I thought perhaps you might like to know who killed Mundy and why.
Yes, I owe him that. You can continue with the case, Luton.
Do you want to know what happened with Mundy?
That's what I'm paying you for, isn't it?
Is it? I'm starting to wonder.
Don't you like me, Luton?
What's not to like? You're a woman like any other.
Do you look down on all women, or just the ones you know?
I have plenty of distaste to go around.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
No.
Mundy's murder looks like a counterweight killing.
Oh, I'm thrilled.
Does Azil mean anything to you?
Azil? Wasn't he a madman from the Great Neff? Some kind of religious maniac?
Go on.
That's it. That's all I can remember.
Oh, that's really good.
Have you heard of a dwarf?
No, no.
Never mind. It was a long shot. Do you know a woman named...
Be careful, Luton.
Okay. Right, we've got nothing to talk about with her at the moment, really.
Did you know Reagan well?
Reagan? The Count's driver, you mean? I wouldn't say I knew him well, but I knew him. He was always hanging around the mansion.
What can you tell me about him?
I never trusted him. I always thought he was after the Count's money.
As opposed to you, who had purely altruistic reasons for marrying into wealth.
I was young and I was poor. Besides, I made Ulrich happy.
Gimme cat.
I'm a cat just subscribed. Oi, jolly me lovely stream.
Thank you so much for the sub. How have you been? Yeah, we're playing some more Discworld Noir today. It's starting to show its maybe keeping itself under budget in production qualities. Terrible. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You finally caught the COVID. Oh no. Are you all jabbed up, or you've just had your initial excuse me, jabs from However many years ago it was now. Apparently COVID was 5 years ago now. That doesn't make any sense to me. No, well, I haven't had any top-ups, and pretty sure I've caught it at some point in this year. How are you feeling? What day in is this? Is this like at its worst, or is it getting better? This is really nasty. It feels like day 100. Oh no. Well, I hope you get better soon. It's probably like day 3. It gave me really fevery dreams when I had it. Horrible temperature and fever, and just all of my dreams were insane. For like 2 days. It's horrible. Right. I made peanut butter chocolate cookies just before the stream. They're really good. Can't stop eating them. That sounds rubbish. Are you on your own, or is there anyone else anyone there to look after you? Make sure you stay wrapped up and drink lots of liquids. Oh, well, that's good at least. Well, I hope you get well soon.
There didn't seem much point.
Right. I think we've exhausted all our options in here. Let's,
I really didn't want to play. A roulette table sat in one corner of the casino, but it didn't keep my attention. The noble game of craps. Played with 3 8-sided dice, it had been played on the cobbles of Ankh-Morpork for decades. I guess that's where the name came from.
craps.
The game Whirl was croupier for used a Carrack deck, the distilled wisdom of the ancients painted onto cards. The croupier at the truncheon table was a man named Whirl. Whirl didn't give anything away for free. What's the game?
Truncheon. Interested, stranger?
The name's Luton. What are the stakes?
Minimum stake is $1 a hand. House limit is 10,000 per hand.
I'm in. Here's my dollar.
Hey, big spender.
Whirl told me how to play the game. Something to do with the major arcana and the private arcana. The major arcana had strange names like the Fool, the Pyrophant, and the unbelievable expense of a slice of cheese. Essentially, it seems I just had to stay under 21 and get as high as I could. It all seems pretty whimsical to me.
Mr. Whimsical World,
What happens in a tie?
I win.
That doesn't seem fair.
I'll note that down in the complaints book, shall I? Player thinks the odds might be stacked in favor of the house.
I didn't really know what I was doing, but I expected to lose my dollar anyway, so I didn't worry about it. But someone else at the table seemed pretty worked up about what I was doing.
That isn't the way to play it.
Why not?
Because it isn't the way to win.
Is there a way to win?
Well, there's a way to lose more slowly.
What's it to you?
I've seen enough losing. I don't want to see any more.
I only bet $1.
No, it's the principle of the thing.
What do you think?
I'm just a croupier. I'm not paid to think.
I lost my dollar, but I reckon I got value for money. And hey, the cards were pretty. Do you own this place?
Saturnalia? No, you gotta be kidding.
Who owns it?
I don't really know. Probably a whole group of people. For all I know, no one owns it, and it just keeps ticking over all on its own.
Is that likely?
Frankly, I don't really care. Long as I get paid, it's all the same to me.
Don't you have an inquisitive mind?
No, I find people
No.
with inquisitive minds don't live too long.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
Sure, and I only have one thing to say about them. I'll place good money that the patricians next.
Any reason?
Just a hunch.
Mmm. An inquisitor's mind. Burn the heretic.
Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
I'm just a croupier. I don't know everything.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
I'm just a croupier.
What do you know about...
I'm just a...
He doesn't know, does he?
Do you know
Well enough.
She's a regular here.
Oh yeah, she likes to come in every once in a while. She usually ends up betting with somebody else's money, and she never loses control.
What do you mean?
Well, you can win or lose in a single game. That's just the way it is. But sooner or later, people lose control and bet all they have left. And then that's it. For most of them, they don't care. Mostly they're just big shops with more money than sense who like the glamour of Saturnalia. Some of them are hopefuls who can't afford to lose the money they've wagered. But those that are really good at the game, they never lose control. They know just when to play and just when to quit.
And Carlotta's one of them.
Carlotta is always in control.
Mmm.
Do you know what...
I don't...
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
I don't think so.
They were just in here.
Do you know...
I'm just a...
Oh, we already asked about that.
Do you know a troll named Sapphire?
Oh, I'm just a simple croupier. I wouldn't know anything important. And if I did, I certainly wouldn't give it away for nothing.
I guess you don't like to give away anything for free.
When you've worked in a casino as long as I have, you learn that you don't get anything for nothing.
I was told that I'd find a certain troll's body in the Salaci Mausoleum. Only when I got there, it wasn't the right body. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
You went rooting around in the Salaci family mausoleum. Hey, leave me out of this, Luton.
Let's completely indirectly involve him by betting the diamond tooth. I think we're out of...
I wasn't about to... Do you recognize the dwarf in this iconograph?
Maybe. My memory just isn't as good as it could be.
Do you know what this is?
He looks like a purse.
I think I have something of yours in it.
Really? Oh, yes, so you do. And what do you know? My memory is suddenly much improved.
Hooray!
I thought it might be. Do you recognize the dwarf in this iconograph?
Sure, that's Reagan.
You know him?
He's a regular here at Saturnalia. He doesn't gamble much, but when he does, he wins. The rest of the time, he hangs around in the crowd.
Who does he talk to?
Hey, I don't spy on the customers.
Why not?
I have to keep my eyes on the tables.
When did you last see him?
It's been days, I think.
Anything else you can remember about him?
Yeah, he has a safety deposit box.
A deposit box?
A lot of valuables change hands here. Some people like to have somewhere safe to keep them.
But you say Reagan didn't gamble much.
But I don't know why he has a box, I just know that he has one.
Tempting as it was, I suppose I could have asked for some... Not much. Do you reckon...
Okay.
That's right.
You seem to get worked up over my gambling.
I'm not as easygoing as I used to be.
You're a wizard.
Wow, you're sharp. What tipped you off? The gown? The arcane symbols?
Look, I just thought you might want to talk. You tried to help me at the table, and I thought I'd make amends for being so rude to you. Sorry I tried.
No, wait. I'm like, sorry, friend. It's just, I'm on the edge.
The name's Luton.
I'm sorry. We haven't been properly introduced. My name is Warb. B-L-L.
B-L-L?
Well, Bachelor of Eldritch Lace Making.
Eldritch lace making?
Don't ask.
He's probably left it on the coat rack. What with this being a high-class establishment.
You a regular in here, then?
I guess so. I'm not very lucky.
I thought all wizards were lucky.
Whatever gave you that impression? Do you know how many bizarre and unpleasant ways there are for a wizard to die inside the walls of Unseen University alone? One false invocation as you're summoning a demon, and bang! You're lunch for some pit fiend with more tentacles than legs and fewer arms than heads. Or spend too long in the wrong area of the library, and you disappear. All that you leave behind is a statistic.
Don't you like being a wizard? It always seemed like a glamorous profession to me.
There's nothing glamorous about wizardry. Well, except for glamours.
Glamours?
It's an elvish thing.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, that was a terrible
If you're so unlucky, why do you come here?
I haven't lived a lucky life, but, well, I don't know. I guess I feel that in here, I at least have a chance.
But the odds are always stacked against you. The house always has the advantage.
Let me tell you something, Luton. The house always has the advantage. Here, out there, it doesn't make any difference. At least in here, you know who the house is.
That's a pretty stark outlook.
Ever made a decision that affected your whole life? Ever done something that throws everything into question?
No, I don't feel in that much control of my life.
None of us are.
Ooh.
So you work up at Unseen University.
I was trained there. Once I got my degree, I moved on.
But you're still a wizard. I thought all you guys were under the jurisdiction of the university.
Yeah, I work for Unseen Securities now.
Unseen Securities?
Yeah, we make magical security systems. Very exclusive.
Are they expensive?
Oh, yeah. Hardly anyone can afford our services.
I want to ask him about that zeal.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
I'm afraid I can't really, help you with that.
No, okay.
Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
I'm afraid I can't.
Alright, so you're not really turning out to be a very helpful man.
Do you know a
I don't know.
No.
Do you know a troll called Sapphire?
I've seen her around, but I don't really know her.
Seen her here?
Oh, yeah. She's sometimes here. She never looks very happy, though.
Do you know a troll called...
I've
Okay.
seen... She never looks very...
Do you know Carl?
No,
What's that supposed to mean?
forget it.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali?
I don't know.
Do you know
I don't know.
He doesn't know anybody.
Do you...
I don't know.
Heard of the...
I heard someone in Unseen University got killed by a spy, but I don't really, know anything about it, you know?
Interesting. So wizards been killed. Well, he said somebody in the university. Could have been the cook, I suppose.
Ever seen a dwarf?
Sure. Well, I've never spoken to him, though.
What does he play?
Truncheon, roulette, onion, craps. He plays them all a little. He always seems to win, but he never pushes his luck. He wins, and then he stops. That's his way. I wish I had his luck. I'd make much better use of it.
Not. Maybe I'll see you later.
I hope not. So, a safety deposit. Aha! Another room. Safety deposit boxes. Ah.
I guess an upmarket establishment like Saturnalia needed safety deposit boxes. They certainly needed them more than I did. I guess an upmarket... There was an inscription on the crowbar. Property of the patrician's palace. I could probably have used the crowbar to open the boxes, but it was a safe bet that I'd be kicked out of the casino seconds later.
Right, so we need to find a number or a key, maybe?
Reagan he'd paid me to find him, or to find...
Okay. Done here for now.
I'd already had to dive onto the river on.
Okay, so what happened? Somebody got attacked. I want to go talk to Sapphire. I wonder if she's still there.
I've got some more questions for you, Sapphire.
Sapphire busy. Leave her alone.
So,
Things way that slow. Duh.
but you've kept your...
Don't know what.
So,
No, not at casino.
oh, at the casino. You lied, strung me along with that... Malachite.
You
He...
sap big duck.
Don't play. I know.
Look, Sapphire don't know.
She was lying to me. She was up.
Maybe there's nothing else to ask her. I feel like we covered all this. I'm surprised we haven't gotten any new points of interest, to be honest.
You heard of the...
Yeah.
What do you...
Sapphire, no, they.
Not helpful.
I... It seemed to be a cheap copy of Spinner's Rain, Cream, and Speed. I could tell it was art, because I couldn't make out what it was supposed to be. The bed looked... I couldn't see much...
That's definitely a 32.
I couldn't see much use. I suppose I could hit, but it all seems. I could have ripped open the painting looking for some vital clue on the back of the canvas, but I was certain there was nothing there. I couldn't. There was nothing. Mundy's corpse wasn't very attractive. Someone, either Mundy's blood. I had no idea. But I did, and even if I did, I didn't want to be.
No, dead end.
There was something about the way the other members of the Watch looked at me that let me know that no matter how innocent I was still stained with suspicion. Still, I'll take the stain. Suspicion was easier to. Sometimes I think I'd just give up and crawl inside a whiskey bottle. Except that you can only do that if you are less than 1 inch high. Doesn't look like I'm too welcome around here. Of course, I haven't been welcome here since I got kicked off the force, but at least then they just thought I was corrupt. Now they think I'm a murderer.
Nah, Luton, you've got it all wrong. They don't think you're a murderer. They think,
That my personal hygiene is appalling?
no,
That I have the Clatchian plague?
no,
Face it, they think I'm a murderer.
you know, give me a minute, I'll think of something.
Nobby, you've never thought of something printable in your entire life. Why should you start now? Tell me more about these counterweight killings.
I'm not really sure I should, Luton. Sorry.
Come on, Nobby. You can trust me.
Well, no. Look, Luton, I can't tell you.
Why not? Shouldn't I know?
It's not to be discussed with anyone who's not part of the case.
Ah, I see. Well, that makes sense. Obviously, you wouldn't want people not involved with the case learning about it.
Exactly.
And I'm the prime suspect in that case, right?
Well, you're the prime suspect in the Mundy case. But the prime suspect in the counterweight killings is that foreign spy who's been killing all the prominent people. Like that bloke up at Unseen University and that fellow in the Patrician's Palace.
Right. Well, I won't ask any more questions then, seeing as how I shouldn't.
Thank you, Luton. I appreciate it.
Am I still prime?
Afraid so.
I think it's for consistency. I think it was the same voice in the first 2 Discworld point-and-click adventure games.
I don't suppose you know a
Not just that.
Yeah.
that.
Anyway, I
It's
see.
the same dialogue as before.
I'm trying to find out why any thoughts?
Can't help you with that.
Do you know?
Never.
It didn't seem worth. What do you?
Never heard of him.
Oh, that's noble. That's noble. It's like a drawl. Like from Manchester. Like one of the Beatles. Or are they from Liverpool? Manchester, right? Oh my god, now I'm doubting myself. Hmm. Where's the Azil? Is it in the Mundy's murder?
Does the word... No. Tempting as it was, I wasn't... I'm looking for a dwarf named Reagan. He's been missing.
Oh
long's
crap!
he
I
been
lent on
missing?
this escape.
3 days.
Okay, we'll just ask him again.
I'm looking for a dwarf. He's been missing.
Missing? What kind of missing? Missing for a few hours, missing person, missing in the shades? Help me out here, will you?
Missing person, I guess.
How long's he been missing?
3 days.
3 days? You've got to be kidding. That barely counts as a hangover in Ankh-Morpork, let alone a missing person case.
How long would he have to be missing then?
I'd say at least 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Of course, it'd depend on who he was. If the patrician went missing for 3 hours, it'd warrant an investigation.
Justice for some, eh?
Hmm.
I suppressed the... I suppose I'm not...
Okay. Let's go see if we can find Ilsa. She was in the cafe. But then she randomly showed up at the... Oh, everyone's gone. Oh, there's Sam.
Taking a break, Samael?
Oh, yes. It's not easy working the piano all night.
Well, I'm sure you deserve it.
Thank you, Mr. Luton.
You don't have to call me Mr. Samael. We're old friends.
Sure thing, Mr. Luton. Old friends. I reckon I've earned a right to call you Mister.
As long as that's what you want. How's business, Samael?
It's pretty good, Mr. Luton. How are things with you?
Not so good. I think I'm so deep in trouble that I haven't even realized it yet.
You haven't had much luck, have you, Mr. Luton?
Not since the Hotel Pseudopolis.
That was when... Oh, I see.
That's okay, Samael. I don't mind talking to you about it. You're like family. Do you recognize the dwarf in this iconograph?
Sorry, Mr. Luton, I don't...
I was... Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Sorry, Mr. Luton, I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about the murder of a man named Mundy?
Sorry, Mr. Luton.
Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
Sorry, Mr. Luton, I don't...
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to... Any thought?
Sorry, Mr. Luton.
You...
Sorry.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Khali?
Sorry, Mr. Luton.
Have you seen...
You weren't expecting her to be here, were you?
No, I wasn't.
I've not seen her for a while. Last time she was here, she was with a foreign gentleman. I think he might have been from the Agatian Empire.
Yeah, that'd be 2 conkers, I guess. How come you know about the Agatian Empire? That's not common knowledge, is it?
Worked the piano for enough years and you hear just about everything.
Any idea where they
I'm
might
a
be
fast
now?
wolf.
I
Hiya.
don't know, Mr. Luton, but I think they might be in trouble.
You could be right.
Mhm.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Sorry, Mr. Luton.
You hear a lot of talk around here, Samael. Have you
How's it
heard
going,
anything
Fast Wolf?
about the counterweight killings?
Oh, yeah. I've heard the talk. It's making the customers nervous.
What do they say?
Just rumors. You know how rumors spread.
Well, let me know if you hear anything that has the ring of truth to it.
Right, we're at another dead end. Playing Baldur's Gate? Do you mean 3? I think most people mean Baldur's Gate 3, don't they, these days?
Thanks again.
Hey,
Samantha.
Tino, this
No
is a
problem,
false
Mr.
model.
Luden.
No, but I did dream about it after watching you play. Which is really weird. The first one,
I suppressed
A.
the urge to get myself a drink, although I could really have used one.
My Odin's as clean as an elven arse. There you go, that's what I have to say about that.
My old...
Yeah. I started playing I can't remember what it's called now. It's like of Steam Works, something of Steam, and you start off in a blimp crash with a mysterious ring. That's good. I got stuck though in the first town. Arcanum, that's it. Thanks, Sakura. Yeah, Arcana of is it Arcana of Magic and Steam something. Alright, so nothing to talk to Samil about.
I knew full
That's
well
the
that I
one.
wouldn't be able to get down there without permission. You can't... Besides,
Right, so there's no one here. So we've been to the cafe, we've been to the police yard, we've been to Sassanay, we've been to the Dream Palace. We haven't been to the wharf or to Pier 5. Pick Rodan's workshop. See if we can ask Malachite. You have the big box now. Made by the creators of Fallout, yeah. Is it buggy? I wonder if there's been like some crazy fan patches. It's really bright in here now. It's really dark before.
all I knew about the statue was that it was a work in progress. Well, I'm back. For a brief moment, I considered trying to make small talk with Malachite. Then I came to my senses. You just can't get talk that small. Do you reckon Malachite was as talkative as...
Okay.
I wasn't about to have...
Yeah, I got to the like the first major town, and there's like bandits blocking the bridge for a toll, and I can't afford it, and I'm not strong enough to get past it. And there's a corrupt sheriff, I think, and I'm not strong enough to fight him either. And I don't really know where to go. I could load up my save actually. I think it's on this machine, or it might be on my XP machine.
Does the word is...
Find some.
Uh.
Do you know...
Find.
Yeah, well, at least his answers are short.
There didn't... It was... I'm trying to find out. Any thought?
Don't know.
You don't happen to...
Find.
You know exactly. Well, how do I get past that? Do I just go to a different place? I've dealt with the bandits in the mountain, and there was some random wizard in a hut that like was cursed or cursed a bunch of people. That's right. They killed his son, I think, and cursed a bunch of bandits. So I went and dealt with the bandits in the cave, and like freed his spirit or something. I forget.
Do you know Malachite? Malachite was as... Malachite...
I think we're done here as well.
All
But Rodan's gone.
still not for much. When do you as soon as how much? Where are you looking?
Alright, none of this is new.
Do you know anything? Sorry, I wouldn't. Someone had whoever. Does the word? Sorry, I would. On the wall of Mundy's rooms, I didn't know. Do you know? Sorry, I wouldn't.
I'm missing something. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I have any skill in stealing. I went with a dwarf, I think? Or a half dwarf? I don't remember. I'd have to go load up my save and have a look. To be honest, I'm getting a bit stuck on this. We could have a look.
I showed Ray.
Yes, I think that was the dwarf who pulled up in a carriage shortly after we docked. I think he collected some of the cargo, too.
Do you remember which way he went?
He drove away upwards at high speed. I wouldn't be surprised if he caused an accident somewhere down the line.
We got a clue. Finally. I mean, can I ask the guy more about what thing he just said?
Can you tell me anything?
Oh, I'm sorry. My memory isn't very good. I need things to jog it.
Would a crowbar work?
But that's not what I meant.
Money?
I was broke, sure, but I showed.
Yes, I think that was the dwarf. He drove away.
Okay. That's just a loop, basically. Can I talk to this guy?
Something?
Nope. Yeah, that was the two options, was kill them or bribe them, and I'm not strong enough to kill them, and I don't have enough money to bribe them. I felt like maybe I was a bit, like, locked by building a bad character. I always do that. Whenever I play any CRPGs, I go with what I think feels good. Like, I go, oh, I'll pick these stats. And then it turns out that I've locked myself into, like, a corner by picking bad stats.
Conversation. But, well, have I got that right? Which is better check.
Primed on wolves, oh no.
Ago, Reagan left the wharf in Ung, heading hubwards in a carriage. Did you see him?
Can't help you with...
Do you recognize...
It's faintly familiar, but no, I can't place it.
I'm going to come back.
So is that a me problem? Is that because I picked bad stats or didn't equip myself properly? I want to see the count.
Is the...
But he...
Ah,
You don't sound so good, Count.
I am past my prime, you might say. Yes, past my prime.
I could come back later if you...
No, there is... If any...
Your health?
I will not. I might last another. That
Not too many people would believe you.
let. Yeah? Yes.
Yeah. As with a lot of those games.
I found
I think
someone
I
who
played.
saw
I
Reagan's
started
carriage the
a
other
Torment,
Just let me
Planescape
know
Torment
when
play
you
through
found
many
Reagan.
years ago as well. I did exactly the same thing. Basically, statted an impossible to begin character. Wait, did he just have nothing to say about that?
I found someone who saw Reagan's carriage the other night.
Just let me know when.
Oh, he doesn't want to.
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Yes, yes, I remember Azil. Azil, the mad Ascari of the great Neth. He rose to power before even the light dams of Sorka were completed. I remember he used to punish his detractors by burying them upside down in the sand. Do you know, I think he honestly believed they might grow into trees. He was quite mad, you know. Quite mad.
How long ago was this?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of 100 years ago, at least.
You seem to remember it like yesterday.
I am an old man. My memory plays tricks.
Do you know
Mr. Luke.
You don't have...
I'm sorry. Please.
I asked the Count if he knew where... He told me that she wasn't in the mansion, but that her comings and... What?
These days...
I see.
Tell me about
Sir,
Reagan, the Count's companion.
Sir seems to have mistaken me for someone who wishes to help him in...
Listen, you work for the Count, and I'm trying to find Reagan for the Count.
Indeed, sir.
Good
Sir
boss.
has already learned everything that the Count was prepared to tell him about Mr. Reagan, and hence I fear I have nothing to offer him, even should I be threatened with being disemboweled by a crazed rhinoceros.
Get banned, bot. Right, so this guy's not helpful.
What?
Regret?
The dwarf had tried to threaten me off the Mundy case. I knew right... Do you...
I don't know it.
Do you know...
I don't know it.
Does the...
Sir has many questions.
Three nights ago, Reagan left the wharf in Ankh, heading hubwards in a carriage. Did you see him?
I'm sorry. I cannot assist.
Okay, God. A lot
Is
to hear.
What a shame that Sir's trip has been bad.
Tell her
Why,
I...
so soon? But
Righty-ho! I need your... Did anyone report a speeding carriage 3 days ago?
Funny you should ask that. Sergeant Colon was almost run down by a carriage 3 days ago. He's been going on about it ever since. Says we ought to have speed limits for carriages.
How would you tell what speed a carriage was going?
Well, a watchman's instincts are never wrong.
You could always go for a more preventative approach.
Like what?
you could ban carriages altogether.
Yeah, that'd work.
Hey, you could go one step further. You could ban people from Ankh-Morpork, and then there'd be no crime at all.
Well, there'd still be the trolls and the dwarfs, and the gargoyles, and the gnomes, and the undead and the golems. Of course, the golems don't make much crime, and the gargoyles' only crime is Avicide. And it's not like we're short of pigeons. But the trolls and the dwarfs, well, I mean, they make as much crime as any of the humans, maybe even more.
It's no fun when it's this easy. Like shooting fish at a barrel.
Hey?
Never mind. About this carriage the other night. Where did Colon see it?
I think he said it was headed for the Magdalen Bridge.
It wasn't much of a lead, but at least it was something. Usually you could only get a lead out of Nobby with a scalpel.
Hey! Feel like we're on a roll now. So we got a new location.
I'm looking for...
Missing? What?
Oh yeah, we already got that one. We got our lead. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Where's the bridge then? Magdalen Bridge.
The Magdalen Bridge was one of 10 bridges that linked the city of Ankh to the city of Morpork. It was an unremarkable structure, most famous for the number of suicides it attracted. The trouble with trying to drown yourself in the Ankh is that you're more likely to break a leg falling onto the thick crust of the river than actually come near any water. Still, if you were heavy enough, you could eventually sink into the depths. I can think of nicer ways to go, though, and much quicker ones, too.
Railings. On fabric.
I'd found some fabric caught on the railings of the Magdalen Bridge. It was distinctive enough that I hoped someone would recognize it.
Right, that's a new question.
The River Ankh. Probably the only river in the universe on which you could chalk the outline of a corpse. The railings had been damaged. There was no telling when they'd become damaged, though. It wasn't as if I came this way every day. I doubt many people did. Something had clearly lost control on the bridge. Something with wheels. Beyond that, it was difficult to say.
Big old pile of rope here. I want it. Oh, another one? Wow. Indeed. Right, so all we got from here is the hint that he came off the river, came off the bridge and ended up in the river, and a bit of fabric. I don't think there's anything else here. Yeah, probably.
see.
Is the... I've... Do you recognize this fabric?
Yes. It's familiar. Yes. I remember. It's from the carriage. I liked the carriage. Do you know where it is?
From Reagan's carriage?
Yes. Yes, from the canopy.
That's what I thought. The fabric was from Reagan. I found someone...
Just...
Okay. Wait, so we know...
Have you...
Can't help you.
The Watchman. It was...
You know what? I wonder if I should check the, check inside the warehouse one more time. Oh no, I don't have the rope anymore. I can't get in there anyway.
I'd already had to... The River Unk.
Crime. Ah, the ship's gone now. And we got a new piece of rope. Yes!
If I pride myself on... Well, I don't steal rope without a good reason. Some people will steal anything. And that includes me, it seems.
Rope! This is our second rope. This is our rope refill. Oh, you can get to the dock from here. Oh, that's cute.
I couldn't tell what the crates contained.
Right, let's go fishing. Do we want to just chuck this in, or do we want to tie it to the railings?
I suppose I could have attached the grapple to the railings and rappelled down to the River Unk. But that was a dangerous way of searching the river. I had a feeling there was a better way to use the grapple.
Yeah, just go fishing, okay. Oh, where are you going? Coming back? Pathfinding. Yeah, grapple fishing.
There was something down there. I was sure of it. But I wasn't strong enough to pull it up.
Oh, I went to the workshop. Whoops.
Well? Listen carefully, Malachite. I've been patient with you, and you owe me a favor. I need you to use the grapple to pull something out of the River Unk. I don't know for sure what it is, but it's big. Too big for me to lift, but you could do it, and I figure you owe me one.
Found Therma?
Look, Therma is dead, remember? We found her in the mausoleum.
Not Therma. Therma alive. Find Therma.
Look, she is dead. Get used to it.
Not dead. Find Therma.
All right, you big dumb troll. I'll carry on looking for Therma if you help me get this thing out of the river. Do we have a deal?
I pull thing. You find Therma.
Yes. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Or something. Whatever you want scratched, within reason.
Don't want scratching. Find Therma.
Okay. You pull thing, I find Therma. Got it?
Need grapple.
That may be the first intelligent thing you've said to me. Ready now?
You lead.
With pleasure. I hadn't been able to move whatever it was in the river. Malachite pulled it up onto the bridge like it was made of paper. I wasn't surprised to learn it was Reagan's carriage, but it still wasn't clear how it ended up going off the bridge. Amidst the wreckage, I found a small ornamental box. But before I could examine it in detail, Malachite took an interest. I didn't want to give it to him, but he looked like he'd rupture a fault line if I didn't. He kept insisting that the box proved that Therma was alive, or at least that's my best interpretation of what he was trying to say. With his usual annoying habit, Malachite just walked off, taking the box with him. That left me to get back to my usual habit of not really knowing what was going on.
Damn it. Well, there's Reagan.
There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead. The poor sap must have suffocated in the Ankh. I searched Reagan's body, but all I found was a pair of tiny bite marks on his ankle. Either he'd been bitten by a snake, or a very small vampire.
An imp vampire?
I searched it. The remains of a crate was all that was left. The carcass of Reagan's carriage lay on the bridge like a beached whale. There was no doubt that the
Righty-ho.
Well, for a brief moment. Do you know?
Where's the box? There's... Damn it. That's not a talking point. Where's the box?
Do you know what Malachite was a...
Okay, well. Doesn't seem to have the box anymore.
Righty-ho.
We go tell the
I see, sir.
Sir,
Count, I guess.
is the... I've got a few more...
Go.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
It's Regan, isn't it? He's dead.
I'm afraid so. I found his carriage near the Maudlin Bridge. It must have lost control and skidded into the river. Regan must have drowned, or suffocated. It's hard to say with a river like the Ankh.
Very well. Of course. I will pay you for your time. If you should hear anything else in connection with this case, please let me know. Otherwise, consider the case closed.
There is one thing. I think Regan may have been involved with a Troll singer named Therma. I'm not really sure about the details. I'm sort of investigating the Therma case at the moment. But since I'm not getting paid for it, I may have to give it up.
Indeed. How would you feel if I were to pay you for the Therma case and you continued to investigate it? Hmm?
I'd feel a little bit richer and a lot happier.
Very well. It's agreed.
You don't happen...
I'm sorry, but...
We should save. This has been a lot of progress. Find
I need your help again, Nobby. I told Nobby about finding Regan's body and the carriage in the river by the Maudlin Bridge, and he promised he'd check it out. I knew Nobby, though. The best I could hope for would be he'd pass a memo on to someone else, and I wasn't hopeful for even that. Nobby had a simple attitude to police work. If a job's worth doing, it's worth finding someone else to do it for you.
Okay. Damn. All right.
Still here?
Here,
Do you want to know what
that's what I'm paying you.
is it?
Don't
What? You're a woman. Regan's dead.
I'm not surprised.
You don't seem to care.
Everybody dies, Lieutenant. Mundy, Reagan, even you.
What's your point?
No point. That's just life.
Do you want to hear about...
I'm not that...
I never said you were. I just thought...
I don't...
Did you kill Mundy?
What? What do you think I am, Luton?
It's got nothing to do with what I think of you, Carlotta. But the Watch are investigating, and if they find out about your connection with Mundy, you're bound to be a suspect.
So why are you asking me if I did it?
Let's just call it professional curiosity.
If I had done it. Would you turn me in?
That depends.
On what?
On why you did it.
You don't strike me as a moralist, Luton.
I'm a simple man, Carlotta. I have simple ideas of what's right and what's wrong. The trouble is, things are seldom that simple. It's always somewhere in the middle ground. I try not to jump to conclusions. In my line of work, that can get you killed.
That must be a tremendous incentive to think everything through.
I do my best. You still haven't answered my question.
I didn't kill him, Luton, if that's what you really want to know.
Do you have an alibi? I told her when the murder took place and asked her if she had an alibi. I wasn't surprised when she did. Frankly, I reckon I could have said any day and any time, and she'd have had an alibi. She was that kind of woman.
There are witnesses who can corroborate where I was.
And where were you?
I was in the Temple of Small Gods.
Spend a lot of time on your knees, do you, sister?
We all need a little absolution.
For your sins?
Everything I do is a sin in someone's eyes.
New location. Okay, cool.
Where were
When was he killed?
Shortly after dropping you off at the Temple of Small Gods.
Well, there's your answer then.
Do you want to hear? I never said... Have you heard?
No. Oh, I'm thrilled.
I couldn't open the box. I guess an upmarket establishment like they certainly... The crowbar might be...
Oh, interesting. Complained about that earlier.
I could probably have used it, but it was a safe bet. I guess an upmarket they... I could probably have used, but it... I could probably... I couldn't open...
Wonder if he'll tell us which box it was if we tell him he's dead.
Can we talk, or do I have to play?
Business is waking.
Do you own it? A dwarf got killed on the Magdalen Bridge the other night. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
No, sorry.
Do I really not have a thing about the lockbox? Safety deposit box?
Tempting as it was, Do you recognize...
Sure, that's...
You know.
He's a regular... He does the rest...
Who does he...
Aye.
Why not?
I have to keep...
When did you...
It's been done.
Anything?
Yeah, he has
A deposit.
a lot of valuables change hands. Some...
But you say...
But I don't know why he has a box.
Hello again.
Loot.
You a regular.
Again.
Ever seen a dwarf?
Sure. Well,
What does he play?
he wish I...
Do you know...
I've seen her around.
See...
Oh.
I couldn't think of any good reason to. The river.
Righty-ho!
There's an inscription. Madame Lodestone, singer and retainer of Lord Robert Salachi, taken from us when her house collapsed, returning her. My. Where did this appetite for destruction come from? I had plenty of better.
Righty-ho!
Some ale. Mr. Luton. How's business? Do you know any? Sorry, Mr. Luton. I don't. I guess I never really noticed. Perhaps if they'd run out of drinks at the.
Right. I'm just gonna have a quick stretch. Go to the loo. Get some more water. Oh, it didn't save my game earlier, so that's lucky. Right, BRB. Hello. I'm back. Capture window. There we go. Hello. Oh yes, we've got the Temple of Small Gods to go to. Wow, this reminds me of the save menu from Black and White so much.
The Temple of Small Gods was Ankh-Morpork's unique concession to all the thousands, perhaps millions, of small gods that the Discworld was home to. Most of the gods were so small they never got worshipped. The spirits of lonely trees, or the places where two ant trails crossed. And they stayed that way because they lacked belief. Give a god belief, one follower or 10,000, and it grows up from the void into whatever fanciful deity its followers devise. Everyone knows that people need gods to blame for everything that is wrong, or praise for everything that is right. But they forget that every god needs people, too. Inside the temple, a bazaar of fanatics, lunatics, and cultists of all descriptions were trying to sell their faith to prospective followers. 2 salvations for the price of 1. Extra indulgences if you get a friend to join. That sort of thing. The lost and the lonely came here seeking direction. I found it hard to picture Carlotta amongst their number.
Excuse me. Right. Go deeper into the temple. Pick out this area.
Most of the statues were a mystery to me, but I recognized the odd face. There was Zephyrus, the god of slight breezes. And Lamentatio, the goddess of interminable opera. I thought I could see FedEx, messenger of the gods, in one corner. Religious emblems were scattered throughout the place. The sacred lace of Hyperopia, the goddess of shoes. The holy trolley of Mr. Safeway. The blessed chamber pot of the whinging martyrs of Constipata. Anything could become a sacred relic if you weren't careful enough.
It's a pool. Area and a stained glass window.
The richer religions could afford to put up a stained glass window in honor of their deity. I could see images of the sconing of Saint Stephanie the Blonde, the apotheosis of Judas Asparagus, and the parting of the red-headed prophet. The chamber was surrounded by so many different art styles, it was hard to decide which one I hated the most. I wasn't about to start smashing windows, even though I wanted to. Behind Mooncalf was a beautiful stained glass window depicting Morphine, the angel of dreams, passing the recipe for the Discworld's first pizza to a mortal.
You with the hat. Have you accepted Anu Anu into your heart?
The name isn't you with the hat, it's Luton. And no, I haven't accepted Anu Anu into my heart. Why should I?
For it is written in the book of Kelpie, he who has not the spirit of Anu Anu in his heart shall have his heart eaten by the Divine One on the day of judgment.
I'll take that chance.
Or you may mock, infidel, but the day of judgment is coming, mark my words. The signs are clear, the omens are unquestionable, the stars are right and the auguries are undeniable.
What about the auspices?
The auspices are fair to light with a small chance of judgment day later in the eon.
I think you're taking the auspice. Did your church buy that window?
We are not a church, we're a cult.
What's the difference?
Demographics. Churches appeal to the high society element. Good for funding, but bad for grassroots support. Now, your average cult has much more of a street-level membership. Not so much money, but easier to get things done.
Well, did your cult buy that window?
No. It was purchased by the Eternal Seers of Revelation Joe many years ago. It depicts the moment when the Divine Prophet was given the recipe for pizza by the Creator.
How come you're working in front of it?
The Eternal Seers ran out of support decades ago.
It figures. Now let me get this straight. The Eternal Seers of Revelation Joe worshipped pizza.
No, my child. The legends say that the first pizza was created by the Klatchian mystic Ronron Revelation Joe Sawadi, who claimed to have been given the recipe in a dream by the creator of the Discworld himself. Allegedly, the creator said that the pizza was what he had intended all along. Those who have seen the original say that what the creator had in mind was a small cheese and pepperoni affair, with a few black olives, and things like mountains and seas got added out of last-minute enthusiasm, as so often happens.
So who were the Eternal Seers?
The survivors of the schism of the Turnwise Ones and the resulting Grand Jihad.
Grand Jihad?
Yes. After the deaths of some 25,000 people, the faithful were allowed to add one small bay leaf to the recipe.
So is this divine figure in the window the creator?
Oh no. It is blasphemy for any to depict the rat face of the creator.
Because
The
of his
rat
divine
face.
stature?
No. Because it is clear that world creation is not a divine act, but a rather straightforward mechanical function. Hence, to praise the creator would be blasphemy.
How does the creator feel about that?
He seems content. He's had some success with his design, apparently. The details are sketchy.
So, here I am, a fresh punter. Why should I choose your religion over anyone else's?
Because Anu Anu is the true god of gods, more mighty and strong than all the others put together.
About half the gods in this temple alone claim to be the true god of gods.
But Anu Anu reveals himself through his divine miracles.
Such as?
Ever looked at your thumb? Ever really thought about it? Ever considered what you couldn't do if you didn't have a thumb?
Anu Anu is the god of thumbs?
No, but Anu Anu bites away the thumbs of the non-believer.
I'm not convinced. Anything else?
Join the cult of Anu Anu now to receive a free faux pearl statuette of the great god Anu Anu, a $90 value, absolutely free. Be the envy of your friends as they roast in the fires of Sogorop.
Thanks, but I'll pass. So what is Anu Anu the god of?
Anu Anu is about being bound to one single concept or idea. He is power incarnate.
Come on, level with me. What is he the god of?
It's not to be discussed with non-believers.
So this is less of a religion and more of a lucky dip.
Oh, I feel sorry for you on Judgment Day.
You keep mentioning Judgment Day. What do you mean?
Mark my words, it's coming. Darkness and evil shall descend on this city, and fetid corruption shall consume the very souls of the unbelievers. Only the followers of Anu Anu shall be saved.
Darkness and evil? How exactly are we going to tell Judgment Day from any other day in Ankh-Morpork?
By the time you realize what's going on, it shall be too late.
It generally is. Does the word Azil mean it?
I prefer to involve myself with more spiritual...
I asked Mooncalf. He seemed to take it in his stride. Perhaps religious fanatics are used to being suspects in murder investigations.
I was holding a service at that time.
Where?
Here, in the sanctum of the Temple of Small Gods.
So you have witnesses?
But of course, my entire congregation saw me give a glorious sermon in honor of Anu Anu.
So you can give me the names of some of your congregation to back up your alibi.
Betray the confidence of my flock? You must think me shallow of faith, Luton, to propose such a barbaric plan of action.
Shall I take that as a no, then? I asked Mooncalf where he was when Mundy was murdered. He seemed to take it in his stride. Perhaps religious fanatics are used to being suspects in murder investigations.
I prefer to...
Do you know? No.
I prefer to involve my...
You don't...
I prefer to involve my...
Spiritual matters.
I
Said
asked
she was here.
Mooncalf if Carlotta was in the temple when Mundy was murdered. Frankly, he didn't seem very sure. His face took on a vacant look, like someone trying to remember who won the boat race in the year of the asthmatic antelope.
Yes. Yes, I believe I saw her in the temple that night.
Does she come here often?
She is indeed a regular of the Temple of Small Gods. I myself have lectured her at great length on the virtues of the cult of Anu Anu.
Why does she come here?
Why does anyone come here, Luton? For answers. For absolution. Perhaps simply out of boredom. But mostly for something to give her life a meaning.
What makes you think life has a meaning?
20 million zealots can't all be wrong.
There are 20 million members of your cult?
Not of this cult, but every religion is testament to the quest for meaning, even if our cult is the only true religion.
Don't you feel like you're just servicing a group of selfish, self-obsessed, half-wit deities whose ability to survive without you is considerably less than your ability to survive without them?
Watch your tongue, Luton. Talk like an atheist and you can expect a lightning bolt to strike you where you least expect.
I'll take my chances. What do you know?
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu, and I...
Do you know a woman?
They are not followers of Anu Anu, and I do not associate...
Have you heard of the counterweight kill?
I have not.
Nothing. Heard about...
Again...
I was most religious for... Mooncalf's silence spoke more... It wouldn't be much of a silence if it spoke. I imagine silences get kicked out of school for that sort of thing. The point was, there was something he wasn't...
Something he wasn't telling you. Did we ask about the Mundy murder?
I asked, he seemed to take... Perhaps...
Yeah.
Where?
What about the,
I asked Mooncalf where he was. I have some... Do you know...
I do not.
Did your church buy that window?
We're...
Now let me... Well, I'll be on my way.
I'll be here should you choose to Did I...
music is making me sleepy. It's like so repetitive.
The only non-denominational feature in the temple was a small pool of water in the central atrium. What was I going to do? Go for a swim? Who do you worship then?
Why do you want to know? Who sent you? What do you want?
My name's Luton. I'm a private investigator.
You've been sent by the elucidated brethren of the Ebon Knight to silence me, haven't you? Their plots are so transparent. It won't work. I have protection.
There isn't an elucidated brethren of the Ebon Knight anymore. They were forcibly disbanded.
Disbanded?
By a dragon, as it happens.
Ah, that's what they want you to think. That was all faked, so that they could eliminate all their traitors and go underground. Even as
He's a conspiracy theorist.
They're plotting to control the patrician by putting mind-altering drugs in the palace's water supply.
Then it's true. I'd heard that you were the only other person who really knew what was going on.
What do you want?
I just want to learn from you. Only you can teach me what is really going on in Ankh-Morpork.
You don't fool me.
I don't?
You just want to steal all my knowledge and then use it to further your plans of glory.
Ah, but I know that you know that, and you know that I know that. Which means we're at a stalemate. And since you know more than me, you have the advantage in a stalemate, which means that ultimately you'll beat me.
Yes! Yes! I see. You plan to try and use me, don't you? Well, many have tried to use Malaclips, and I have beaten them all.
No, I can't hide anything from you, can I?
Very well, I will let you, for as long as it serves my purposes to do so. What did you wish to know?
Which deity do you serve?
That's a big question. Which deity do you serve?
I don't serve any deity.
Then I don't serve any deity either.
I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
Right. You first.
I serve...
You didn't finish.
I am forbidden by an oath of loyalty never to speak aloud the name of the person of her.
The ancient mystic order of... Yes, I know all about you. I know every conspiracy
Bizarre.
turnwise of the Wormberg, and all but one conspiracy hubwards of the Great Neff.
Your turn.
This is just to waste your time.
The proud servitor of Errata, the
What's
goddess of
going on?
misunderstandings, the mistress of mayhem, the countess of confusion, and the duchess of discord.
You know, sometimes
Discord.
I think I'm her servitor, too.
You get a free gold-plated apple if you join this week.
Tell me about the goddess
There is no God. Have you not looked at the world and seen all the Well, it didn't. Nothing.
So, every misunderstanding that has ever happened, Errata was behind them all.
Yes. She has started wars, and millions have died.
And presumably most of them believe they were dying for something else.
Oh, yes. The goddess is shrewd in her way.
She must be very powerful.
There is no goddess more powerful than Errata.
Then why doesn't she just make everyone into her follower?
Let me tell you something, Luton. Everyone is a follower of Errata. They just don't know it.
How come you know that you're a follower of Errata?
I only think I might be a follower of someone else, and I wouldn't even know it.
Errata thinks of everything, doesn't she? You said you knew all but one conspiracy, Hubwards of the Great Neff. What's the one conspiracy you don't know?
If I knew that, I would know all the conspiracies, wouldn't I?
You don't know anything about that one conspiracy?
Nothing.
Then how do you know that there is another conspiracy?
Because when I put all the other conspiracies together, I can see the pieces missing.
In other words, you can tell there's a conspiracy because you can't see it.
Everything casts a shadow, Newton. At least of some kind.
What if the missing pieces are a ruse by one of the conspiracies you do know about to try...
No, that's too far-fetched.
So is there a formal church of Errata?
I am the formal church of Errata. I hold her sacred emblem.
And what would that be?
The scarlet totem that I wear around my neck.
And how do you go about joining the church?
I told you. Everyone is part of the Church of Errata. They just don't know it.
Do you know a dwarf named Reagan?
Ah, yes. He's a member of the Shin Kicker Triad. A minor player, though.
There, I think I need some caffeine. Right.
Do you know a...
Ah, yes. He's a member of the Shin Kicker Triad. A minor...
I... Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Reagan was secretly a member of the Dwarfish Tongs. He was rubbed out in a gangland skirmish between the Shin Kicker Triad and the Neck Cleaver Elite.
What do you know?
That troll is nothing but... She's in with the Breccia, you know, the troll mafia. She ran up huge gambling debts and now she works for them until she's paid them off.
I think that might actually be true.
What do you know about...
That troll... She's in... She ran up...
What do you know about...
That troll is... She...
Do you know...
They're planning to have him killed.
They? Who are they?
Nobody knows who they are. Only they know who they are. Maybe. I think they're the same ones who are putting poison in the beer.
What do you know about Mundy's murder?
Mundy, you say? Yes!
Does the word Azil mean anything to you?
Azil? Yes. He was an Ascari in the Great Neff a couple of centuries ago.
Do you know...
Yes, he's a minor player in the greater scheme of things, but...
Do you know... Have you seen her?
Oh, yes. I know her. She's part of one of the darkest conspiracies. And they're plotting to take over the world by stealing the lost treasures of Errata and turning them towards a dark purpose. Don't trust her, Luton. Trust no one.
You know about Mundy's murder?
Of course.
Was she here when he was killed?
Yes. Yes, she was.
Do you...
No.
No?
Not everyone is important in the...
Tell me about the counterweight.
Rumor has it that the Sun Emperor's private assassin is here in Ankh-Morpork, silencing those who have found out about the conspiracy to keep the Agatean Empire out of the secret trade talks at Ecclepon, thus ensuring that the counterweight continent's stature in the world economy is weakened.
Hold on. Slow down a minute. Who's the Sun Emperor?
The ruler of the Agatean Empire, of course.
The Agatean Empire? That's on the counterweight continent, is it?
Not. Don't you know about the patricians' conspiracy to deny the existence of the counterweight continent to the populace? He could have us killed just for talking about it.
But everyone knows that the counterweight continent is real. We had a tourist from there a couple of years ago.
Privately, everyone knows, yes. But publicly, it's still just a legend. And the patrician makes sure it stays that way.
So what you're telling me is that an assassin from a nation that publicly doesn't exist is here killing off certain influential figures.
Exactly!
And all this has to do with a trade meeting at Ecclepon.
Apparently, there may be more to it than that.
Why Ecclepon? That's hundreds of leagues away.
Yes, but Ecclepon is the nearest port to the Agatean Empire. And agents of the Ochre Revolution from the counterweight continent are going to be at the meeting.
I see.
Well, that was a dump. And I think, from my knowledge of Discworld, a lot of that was true, maybe? So we got some interesting information out of him. But no new, like, hints or...
Do you know...
Ah, yeah.
Gosh. Get any new points for that? I feel like we must have missed something. Items full. We didn't get any new
I need your... That... What do you know about... Do you know anything... Tell me... Does the word... What do you know? I need... I suppressed the urge to... I would...
Hmm.
I didn't need a tote. I have some more. Ask. Do you know? I do not. Although the crow... I...
Hmm.
Does the word is... I prefer to involve... Behind Mooncap.
No, we're done here. It's just the world's sleepiest music. Whoa.
Some ale. Do you know... Sorry, Miss... How's been... Doesn't... Sorry, Mr... Do... Sorry, What? Sorry. What? Sorry. Do you... Sorry. Have you seen it? You hear... Have you heard any...
Right. I feel like the temple gave us anything. We didn't get any new clues. We got information off that guy, but we didn't record any of it. So we know that Sapphire's debt to the mafia. Wait a minute, man. We haven't talked to him.
Come to Percy. A man's. So how? Pull it. Shut. I don't know with you. Have you heard? You mean, have I? If you like. Haven't it? Where did Sapphire? Ha, ha, ha. You never give up. That's considered an asset in my... Just... I'm sick of the... I'm sick of... And I am sick of all your... Look, you know I'm not... Why not just pretend you've held out for a commend... It could be our little... Luton, if anyone starts saving up to get an assassin for you, let me know, will you? That's one cause I'd gladly give generously to. In the meantime, what about Sapphire's money? I didn't even know she had... She claims to have won it over at the casino. At Saturnalia? You've got to be kidding. If Sapphire had a big win, the whole town would know about it by now. No, I'd be prepared to bet it has something to do with whoever she met when she missed her shift. Who did she meet? I've no idea.
New info.
All I know is she missed her shift because she had to meet someone. Thanks for your help. Oh, it's always a... I need to speak... Try and imagine. Look, she's... I've got some more questions. I hear you had a mysterious meeting not too long ago. Not long after, you turn up with a lot of money. Sounds like an awfully big coincidence to me.
Stop harassing Sapphire. Already told Luton. Won the money at Saturnalia.
Right. So...
Is that really it? Out.
Can we talk, or do I have to play that stupid... Wait, can... I reckon a lot of meetings must go on here. I reckon so. Anything interesting you can tell me about? Sorry. Any way I can make you less sorry?
Listen, Lowton. Saturnalia is home to 100 meetings a night. Some secret, some not so secret. But the one thing that folks can be sure about is that if they want to meet in secret, they meet in secret.
Hello again. Do a lot of meetings.
Well, this is a popular, if...
Is it just...
Oh, yeah.
Still here?
Here.
You don't happen to know who...
Let's try not to get...
I'm still surprised we didn't find a key on. Let's go back and have another look at him. Maybe I missed something. That box as well that Malachi just took off with. I don't know why that's not a topic that we can bring up with.
There was no doubt that it... The poor... I searched Reagan's body, but either he'd been... I searched the carcass of...
In fact, he's got a lockbox as well as something
I
not
see,
something to
sir.
ask about either. So it was...
Is the... I've got a few... You don't happen to...
I'm sorry.
around here now.
The book was about the lineage. I didn't understand. The book was an old... Why do rich families feel the... I've got a few... I'll be... I confess, I was consumed with avarice, but I wasn't about to steal an entire staircase.
We've done a little. I'm feeling like I've reached a bit of a dead end again. We unlocked a whole new location, the Temple of Small Gods, and we went there, and there was there's just two crazy people there. The one crazy person, all of his conspiracy theories, I think might be true.
I'll say this for the von Oberwalds. They had class. There weren't many homes in well, maybe in unseen... The paint...
Yeah. We're going back to ask some questions. So this guy here's conspiracy theory guy. All of his conspiracies seem to be on point, but we didn't have a piece of information. We now know about the secret meeting, so we'll ask him about that, I guess.
What do you know about Sapphire?
That's Troll. She's in with the Breccia. She ran up huge gambling debts, and now she works for them until she's paid them off.
Yeah, but what about the
Mankin
meeting?
told me that Sapphire... I didn't know who. Frankly, it only just qualified as a clue.
Oh, okay. This music sends me to sleep. I'm struggling really hard right now.
I have some more questions. Ask them. You don't happen to know...
I prefer to involve myself.
No, that's none. I will do this
I have
window
s-
thing just in case.
Did your church... Now let me get the...
No.
So what is...
Anu.
You keep...
What do you mark my... Dark... Only the...
Darkness and...
I do...
I suppose... I... I need... Do you know Malachite?
They're planning to have him
They...
Nobody. Only maybe. I think they're the same.
What do you know?
That's cheap.
Do you know... Tell me...
Okay.
Righty-ho! Righty-ho!
Yeah. Ooh. Something to do that music. So what about the box that Malachite ran off with? Why can't I ask him about it?
Well, for a brief... You don't have...
Find.
Uh...
Do you know when...
Find.
I...
Righty-ho! Righty-ho!
I need your... You don't happen to know who Sapphire was meeting with?
Give me a break, Luton. I don't know everything.
Yeah, I thought as much. I mean...
Righty-ho!
The guy who told me about it, I could ask him, I guess.
Come to... You don't happen to...
Leave me alone. This is...
So... I hear you had not long after. Sounds like an awfully big...
Already told.
Right. So... You lie. What do...
You
Thanks for...
can't a girl help out?
Am I?
We
How does it...
No.
I couldn't imagine who would pay attention. Based upon the learn the ancient mystic art of the path of the scorpion. Unique missing. Small dog. Based upon...
Righty-ho!
Check our office again.
I'd purchased the imp with CMOT. On the someday. Tempting though it was to smash up the coffee machine, best to leave the coffee machine alone. I'd purchased the imp part with nothing like. I examined the body closely, but the rubble was, but according to Malak, the central atrium of the mausoleum. I searched it. The remains of a crate. The carcass of Reagan. The carcass of Reagan. There was no doubt that it was the poor. Either he'd been.
That's the thing about the bite, but that doesn't give us an entry either.
I couldn't open the box. I guess an upmarket establishment like they certainly need. I could probably, but it would. I could prob, but it. I could prob. I really. Still here? Do you want to know what?
That's.
Is it? You don't happen to.
Let's try.
Still here. There didn't seem much. Did you know Reagan?
The count. I.
As opposed.
I was young.
There didn't seem. There didn't seem much. There didn't seem.
I wonder if there's something we've just missed.
Although the crowbar, I guess if I couldn't help but notice that it hadn't been easy getting the grappling. Of course, a beautiful. I tried not to think that I had pulled it out of a dead trowel's corpse. More importantly, I tried not to. Can we talk? Wait. I wasn't about. Do you recognize? Who does?
Hey,
Why not?
I have to keep my.
When did you last?
It's been days.
Anything else you can?
Yeah, he has
A deposit.
a lot of valuable. Some people like to.
But I didn't need... Hello again.
Luke,
You a regular.
do you know one false... You're...
Oh, don't you... If you... So you...
I was...
I was... Ever seen a dwarf?
Sure. Well,
Ever seen a dwarf? Tempting... I was...
Yeah, I think I might be stuck. Probably like a small item I've missed somewhere, or a single line of dialogue I've not asked to one person. No, there's no secret scrolling in this. Like, the screen doesn't pan at all. You just get a fixed scene and you get arrows. That.
I'm afraid...
Do you know...
I'm afraid... I don't...
Do you know what... Do a lot of meat... Do you know what troll... Do you know what...
I've seen...
Heard of the...
I heard some... But I...
Can we talk? Have you heard? I reckon. You know what?
Ooh, okay. That was a new thing. Losing streak. I'm sure I asked
You
him
know
about the
a
money
troll
before,
named
but...
Sapphire, don't you?
Yeah, I know Seth always plays with cash. Never wins. Some trolls aren't born lucky.
She never wins.
She wins a little, but she always loses it again. She can't hold on to money. Few people can in this place. By the time she walks out the doors, she's always a loser.
Is there any chance she could have won big and you wouldn't know about it?
If she won it here, I'd know about it.
Okay.
Anything more you can tell me about Sapphire's losing streak?
What's to tell? That troll holds on to money like a drunken dwarf holds on to his temper.
I reckon. Hello again.
Loot.
Is your bet?
Well, pretty much everyone knows I've got a losing streak.
Anyone else famous for their losing streak?
Well, the Sapphire. She's not very lucky. Other than that, no one springs to mind.
Still here.
Here.
Do you know anything of...
Let's try...
Righty-ho!
Come to put a man.
Do you know...
Leave me alone.
I've got some more... I know about your problems.
Problems?
The debts. The huge losses. You're struggling just to keep your head above water. I bet you've had to make all kinds of nasty compromises just to keep yourself going.
What you talking about? Who been saying such things about me?
Does it matter?
It mattered to Sapphire.
All right. I heard it from Whirl, and he should know.
Huh, Whirl. He don't know everything goes on at Saturnalia.
So, you won a lot of money at the casino.
Yes, already told you. Big win.
You won big at the casino, but no one at the casino seems to remember you winning.
They lie. Sapphire won big.
And this mysterious meeting as well. You say that had nothing to do with the money.
Forget about meeting. Meeting not important.
Not important, eh? I think it is. I say you met with someone and they gave you the money. Someone who had something to hide. Someone who'd pay good money to keep it quiet. Who was it, Sapphire?
No one.
It wasn't no one who paid you, Sapphire. It was someone who was interested in me, wasn't it? Someone who didn't want me digging around after Therma. Why? What's so important that someone would pay you to cover up for them? Who is it?
No one.
You'd better tell me, because I'm going to find out one way or another. And if you don't tell me, when I find out who it is, I'll tell them you told me where to find them.
No, she'll kill me.
Who? Who'd kill you?
Therma. It was Therma. I've been blackmailing Therma. She not want to be found.
Therma is still alive?
Yeah?
Good. Arrange a meeting with her for me.
What?
You heard me. Face it, Sapphire, your little scam is broken. If you want me to keep quiet about your little windfall, you're going to have to fix a meeting with Therma for me.
Therma won't do it.
Well, you'd better make her do it. Because otherwise I'm going to go straight to the Guild of Thieves, Burglars, and Allied Trades to tell them about you. They don't take kindly to unlicensed blackmail.
You do that to me?
Look into my eyes and tell me if I'm bluffing.
All right. Give me some time. I'll leave message at your office when it arranged.
I look forward to it. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Sapphire.
You're a cold one, Luton.
Not as cold as you, I reckon. I decided to leave Sapphire alone after that. I'd got what I wanted.
Okay, finally. Oh yeah, it was just a not clicking on a piece of information. But that's progress. Save this. Meet with Blam. Game saved. Hey, Lord Manny. You're a cold one, whiskey. Right. Right, there's some other condition for this.
I see, sir.
Sir, is the... I've got
that. Go.
No. We've scribbled out a whole page of notes now.
I decided I couldn't... Do you know a...
There's a name I have
Oh.
not heard in many years. Yes, I know of him.
How?
As it happens, he broke into this mansion several years ago and stole several valuable heirlooms that were
Chivo
never recovered.
Jaeger. Thank you for the follow.
The City Watch was able to catch him before the Thieves Guild did.
Welcome in.
And he was imprisoned.
Been here lurking, in
For
which
some
case,
reason, I
hope you're having
decided
fun.
not to tell the Count that Malachite had escaped. I had a feeling the troll could still be useful to me. Maybe as a rockery one day.
Right. We stole a bunch of stuff from these guys.
Do you know...
Mr.
I decided...
This day
But I guess we can tell Malachi that Therma's alive now.
Well?
Or not.
Well?
No. I feel like something must have changed somewhere.
Some ale. How's...
We don't have anything new to talk about. We just have less to talk about. So I don't know what that means.
Still here? Do you want... Do you want to hear...
I'm...
Does... Have you heard... Where...
When?
Have you heard of it? Have you...
No. Be careful.
Just said she'd contact us at our office. So what was the condition for that?
Still here. Do you know of...
I thought all...
This...
No, I...
Can we talk, or do I have to... Do you?
I don't.
A dwarf, you... Do...
I don't.
Do you...
I'm just...
Does the...
I'm just...
Hello again. Does the word...
I'm afraid I can't.
Do you know...
I'm afraid.
Heard of the... Ever seen a shoot? Do you?
I don't.
Okay. Nothing going on here. Nothing at all.
I guess an upmarket establishment. They certainly need. I couldn't.
Wait. Let's just go in. Let's to leave. The river.
I think we. A lot of straight. Some. I could. Mundy was dead, but who had killed him and why?
Harass mankids and more. Just
Come
'cause
to
I'm...
a man's.
Yep, persecution's the name of the game.
So,
Cases. Monday.
so why did what? I didn't. Who got you event? Why would I'd have to? Vimes told me. Of course, but all no one. Leave me alone. This is. Do you talk? Might have been one of the customers from. But do you know anything about? No, don't even know. Well, I know a lot. That does. I know a lot. That does. What do you, I know a lot. That, do you know? I know a lot. That does.
Still feel like we're missing something here in this room.
Mundy's corpse. There was nothing on. Mundy's corpse wasn't. The bed looked neither.
Bundy's boots!
Nothing. There should have been something in the boots, only there wasn't. I was pretty sure that the watch didn't search them, and that didn't leave many options. Nothing. There should. Mundy's killer had tied his legs together with my rope. It was bad enough that he stole my rope without implicating me in a gruesome murder at the same time.
Oh.
What was I going to do? Pry off his boots?
Yes.
Mundy's corpse wasn't very...
Why is that a separate thing?
Mundy's killer had tied his legs together. It was bad in... There should have been something in the boots, only there wasn't. I was pretty sure that the watch didn't search... I couldn't... It seemed to be a...
There should have been something in the boots, but there wasn't. What?
Nothing. There should have been something in the boots, only there wasn't. I was pretty sure that the watch didn't search them, and that didn't leave many options. There was nothing on... The bed looked neither...
Righty-ho! Righty-ho!
Huh.
I need your... Tempting as it... I told... I... The... I... 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 Never heard of her. Tell me... I'm not really sure.
Hmm.
Am I still... I told... I... The... I told... It didn't see... It didn't see... Do you... Never...
Huh. Oh, I can go back in the warehouse now because I've got a new rope on my grapple hook. So I guess we do that.
I wasn't the disc's greatest... When I broke in before, there was a stack of crates for me to climb down. Now there was nothing. I needed another way in.
What?
I just wanted to forget about this. I damaged... Gee, how would I...
I needed another way in.
I was never... I have a few...
You're...
Ordinary... Do you...
Sorry. Sorry.
I gave... He did... Do you...
Sorry.
Does the word is...
That's...
I think I...
Really?
He's dead. Somebody murdered him.
Good. That's what you get when you break into my warehouse.
You realize that makes you a suspect in the investigation?
What? Why?
You just made a death threat against the man. I think that gives you motive, and I'll bet that no one can confirm your alibi when he was murdered.
You wouldn't falsely accuse a man like that, would you?
Hey, do I look like that kind of guy? Of course not.
What did you do that for? You really scared me.
That was the idea. Now that the crisis has been averted, would you let me into the warehouse?
No.
Okay, scrub the gratitude ploy.
Damn it, I thought that was it. Ah.
Do you... Do you know...
That's...
Right.
Do you know...
That's...
If it wasn't for the... As it was...
I am at a loss. Have I been to every place now? Maybe I'll just try that. That's the bridge. I can't believe I missed the boots before, and then that was nothing. So now I'm being worried about like what else I've missed.
I searched it. The carcass of...
Guess we go back to the temple. Have a look, but the music makes me so sleepy. I think it's the chanting, the repetitive nature of it. Right. You there.
I need...
There.
Don't have any new items.
Which deity do you serve? Tell me... You said you... What's... So... Tell me a... Do you know anything about...
Reagan was secretly a member of the Dwarfish Tongs. He was rubbed out in a gangland skirmish between the Shin Kicker Triad and the Neck Cleaver Elite.
That's a load of rubbish.
Do you know a woman... No? I thought you knew everything.
Not everyone is important.
Do you... They... Do you know...
Yes, he's an associate of Horst's. A minor player in the greater scheme of things, but dangerous.
Who's Horst? Well,
Do you know a woman by... Have you seen her?
Oh, yeah. And she's part of one of the darkest conspiracies. And they're plotting to take over the world by stealing... Don't trust...
You know about Mundy's murder?
Of course.
Was she here when he was killed?
Yes. Yes, she was.
What do you know?
Yes! He was killed by the forces of the 8th Conspiracy of Cleft in order to prevent him from delivering his message.
Are we talking about the same Mundy? Does the word
Azil? Yes. He was an Ascari in the Great Neff a couple of centuries ago, involved in the Great Light Dam Conspiracy, which culminated in the theft of 12 barrels of light from the sacred distilleries of E, the Lost City.
The only non-denominational feature in the temple was a small pool of... Go for a swim. I have some more questions. Ask. It was probably best. I have some more. I asked. He seemed to take her.
I was hoping. I prefer to involve myself.
Do you? No. I asked.
Right, time to go through our notes.
Someone had tied Mundy up and gouged his eyes out. Whoever they were, I doubted they were anyone I wanted to be friends with. On the wall of Mundy's room, I didn't know. The big troll had come up to me out of nowhere and asked. He certainly wasn't the brightest troller. I'd found Reagan's body in his carriage in the river under the Magdalen Bridge. Beautiful, seductive, and dangerous. Carlotta was worth a stare. She was trouble. The dwarf had tried to threaten me off the Mundy case. I knew right from the start that he knew more than he was telling me. The big troll had come up to me out of nowhere. He certainly... I'd learned that Ilsa was in town and traveling with a man named... Vimes had mentioned the counterweight killings to me back in Mundy's room. Apparently there had been a string of weird ritualistic murders in the city. Someone had tied Mundy up. Whoever... I'd found...
Oh, I'm stumped.
Righty-ho.
Some ale. Mr. I was. Do you know? Sorry. How's. You hear? Oh yeah. Do you saw me? Do you saw? Saw? What? Saw? Do saw? Have you? You weren't no. You, do you know any? Saw Mr. Do you saw? Do you saw? Don't saw Mr.
Okay. I wonder what the trigger point is. Okay. You wanna look it up and tell me what the trigger point is for the thermometing? Because I'm out of ideas. It's been everywhere. I've talked to everyone about everything, I think. At this point. Still working. Okay, I guess I could look it up myself. I just don't want to spoil it. Anything else? Oh, she's gone now. Ah, we can take some stuff.
It all looked like.
Oh.
It all. What do you know? I can see my face in the mirror. The mirror was a. Sapphire had a granite filing stone, some color. Sapphire. The mirror was a sad indictment of Sapphire's misconception that there was something glamorous about her job.
I bet you the condition was just to come back in here and see that she's gone and then go back to the office. And... nothing. Damn it!
Malachite was actually. Well, do you know anything about Malachite was a talk tempting, although I guess there didn't he was frank it was oh, I didn't have any. What did I? It wasn't. Along the length of the wall. Tempting as it was. Do you recognize?
It's faint, but
I wasn't a... The doors led...
I'm soft locked.
I couldn't think of any good reason.
None of this makes any sense. My latest lead is... That is the box that it doesn't want to talk about anymore. The key to the lock box that doesn't want to talk about. And, waiting for this thing with, to meet Therma. Right. Officially stuck. Take care of the Reagan case. Take care of the Reagan. What about the sword? What? Search his body in the room. Take a note of anything. Speak to Sapphire. And check out the employer's app. Supposed to have made a note? That seems weird. Why is it not? I've looked at that body so many times. Why is it not made a note about the eyes?
Mundy's corpse wasn't very attractive. I wasn't looking forward to telling Carlotta how Mundy died. There was nothing on Mundy's corpse. Nothing. I was pretty sure Mundy's killer had... It was bad enough that he stole... someone. Mundy's blood. I had no idea. Mundy's corpse wasn't very attractive. There was nothing...
Wait, what? Did it just not give me the prompt? Changed dialogue thing?
Still here? Do you want to hear about...
I'm not that kind of ghoul.
I never said you...
I don't...
Don't need the details. What? What? I'm so confused. A sword? A what? This just brings up so many questions. What? To find out... What are these hints? They're bullshit.
There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead. The poor sap must have suffocated in the Ankh. I searched Reagan's body, but all I... Either he'd been... I searched...
What?
The carcass of Reagan. I searched the remains. I could smash up the carriage to look for clues. I considered using the... What can I say? I'm a violent man. I had a feeling there was something about Reagan that could use prizing off. But I also had a feeling that I wouldn't need...
What?
That had more to do with the cat.
I'm very confused.
Sir had. Who would... Is the... I've got a few more... I've got a few...
Don't.
That
What do you...
This
I decided not to bring up Ray. I couldn't escape the feeling that something in the old man faded when I told him his own...
righty-ho.
Come to persecute a man. Do you know anything? No, don't even. So why did you kill? What? I didn't lay it. You gotta be. Do you have any idea? Why would I? I'd have to be. Vimes told. Yeah. I'm. But all. No one. Does the word Z leave me alone? Someone had tied Mundy up and gouged his eyes out. Whoever they were, I doubted they were anyone I wanted to be friends with.
I don't get this.
Righty-ho.
I'm just stuck. Need an actual to not a stupid hints that don't make any sense. Right. Act 2. Yep. What? Speak to Mankin. Ask about Mundy. What? Mundy hung upside down. Wait, what? What? You can... What? Examine frayed rope. Ah! Oh. Got it. I got it. I missed a thing. Oh man, that's really bugged me. I've been there so many times. Where? Oh my god, no! No! That's not a... Look at this crap. It just blends... I think the problem is the colours.
With the evidence. Besides, there wasn't enough rope there to do me any good.
I think I missed the bit where they said they chopped him down.
Looking closely at the frayed rope hanging from the rafters, I knew that Mundy had been tied up by the legs and then hung from the ceiling. I didn't know why. Frankly, I wondered if I really wanted to know why. Something very strange was going on.
Right, I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could take clues and use them with a...
Frankly, the message could mean anything.
Yeah. Oh, I've got to talk to Mankin.
I found some frayed rope in the rafters of the room where Mundy was killed. Congratulations. What's that got to do with me? I was hoping you could tell me. You're optimistic. Not at all. I figure you'd like me to stop asking you questions. It wouldn't be my first wish, but it'd be in my top 10. Tell me about the rope. Why don't you tell me about the rope? You found it, not me. Mencken wasn't going to risk incriminating himself under any circumstances. Once again, I'd have to worm it out of him. There was some frayed... I found some...
Righty-ho.
Yeah. So... I don't know. So the very first Discworld game, and then later LucasArts games did this really well, where the backgrounds were muted colors, and any interactable object was a brighter color, and you could tell it was interactable because it just looked different. It popped out. That grey brown rope on a grey brown texture. I bet you that's what Sonneveld was talking about when he said I should adjust the gamma for things because you might not see them in the dark. I just couldn't see that because it was grey brown on grey brown.
I found some frayed rope.
Like old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, exactly.
Good for you.
I thought it might have some bearing on the case.
I suppose I should mention it in the file.
So there is a file then?
Well, not as such, but as soon as there is, I'll be sure to mention it.
These little details could clear my name, Nobby.
I suppose so.
Well, thanks, Nobby. You've been a great help.
Just doing my job to the best of my ability.
That's what I was afraid of. Am I still prime? Does the word Azil?
No.
Wait, what did I miss? Oh, use the frayed rope clue on the boots. Okay, this is the first time this game has expected us to use clues on. But I can, I can get my head around it if that's what we've got to do now. That's how the game works. We're going to start using clues on the clues in our notepad on things in scenes. But it took me ages to find the boots were a separate thing. I think it's just this one room is badly designed. Right. So we're going to use this, and we're going to use the frayed rope. Which was weird. I inspected the boots, and it said that he used his rope to tie him up.
The frayed rope in the rafters was the same as the rope around Mundy's legs. The rope that used to be tied to the grapple. That had to mean that Mundy was hung upside down and then killed. And that meant someone cut him down after he was killed. Curiouser and curiouser. I'd found Reagan's... I'd learnt that Mundy... They say that the universe is full of particles called inspirations. One of them hit me at that moment because I suddenly realized something that should have been obvious.
Oh, fuck off.
If Mundy was hung upside down, and if Mundy wrote the message, then the message was upside down. Turning it around in my head, I could see that it read 3712V. It wasn't a meaningless word after all. It was a meaningless combination of letters and numbers instead.
I already worked that out.
That seemed much, much worse. I'd realized that Mundy had been hung upside down before he was killed, and that the message that seemed to say Azil might actually read 3712V. But I didn't know what it meant.
Come to Percy. The man's got...
No worries, Fastwell. Thanks for watching. This, the game's starting to fall down now they've introduced this secondary mechanic anyway.
I was now sure there didn't seem to be any good reason. I was now sure Monday there didn't seem the frayed rope in the rack that had to. They say one of the if turn it was. I was now sure Mundy had been hung upside down when he died. There didn't seem to be any good reason why the killer did that. Mundy's killer had tied. It was bad enough that he stole.
Wait, what? Okay, so these are just dialogue options that just appear now, even though they've not been referenced anyway. Right, this just feels a little bit like bad playing. Whatever.
Come to person.
I've been thinking hard about Mundy's death, and there's something that doesn't add up.
Oh, enthrall me with your erudite wisdom, great one.
When Mundy was killed, he was hanging from the ceiling, but when the watch turned up, he was on the ground.
Maybe the killer cut him down when he was dead.
I don't think so. I think that message was written by Mundy, and I don't think the killer saw him write it, which means someone must have cut him down. Somebody who was in that room cut Mundy down. I don't think it was the killer, and I know it wasn't me.
What are you getting at?
You cut him down, didn't you?
Why should I tell you?
I've already told you. I don't think the killer would have cut him down. Which means if you cut him down, you're in the clear.
All right, yeah, so I cut him down. Happy now?
Why?
Not everything has a reason, Luton.
But people can usually find reasons for what they do.
Well, draw your own conclusions.
I was missing something, but I couldn't see what. You cut down Mundy so you could search him, didn't you?
What are you suggesting?
Nothing worse than the truth. You're a liar and a thief.
All right, Luton. What is it you want? What have I got to do to get you to leave?
Just give me what you found in Mundy's boot, and I'll leave you alone.
Here. You want it? Have it. It's worthless anyway.
What is it?
How the hell should I know? Now, I kept my end of the bargain. You keep yours. Leave me alone.
We'll see, Mencken. I figure I owe you at least one lie.
Get out, Luton.
In my own time, Mencken had given me a small coin. But it wasn't any type of coin I recognized. I guess I should be grateful to the half-elf for keeping the clue away from the watch. But frankly, I just didn't like the little weasel. Does three...
Leave me alone. This is...
I...
Righty-ho.
I guess an upmarket establishment like they certainly... The only time I saw Mundy, he was playing with this coin. A metallic flat disc with a square hole in the center. The coin had markings on one side that I couldn't read. It wasn't from any nation I'd ever heard of. Still here.
Here.
Do you want...
That
Is it... What's your... I have plenty... The person who killed Mundy hung him upside down and poked his eyes out. Can you think of any reason they might have done that?
What? No. Why should I?
Well, you knew Mundy. I didn't. I thought you might have an insight on it that I didn't. Does 3 sub...
Let's try not to...
Does this coin...
Nothing spring...
It was Mundy's.
It still doesn't mean...
Can we... Business... Waking. I had a feeling that Mundy...
Okay.
Does 3...
I'm just a croupier.
Can you think...
I'm just a croup.
Hello again.
Loot!
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have...
I'm afraid I can't really... I'm afraid I can't...
Um...
There was no doubt that... The carcass of... I was pretty convinced now that the counterweight killings were based on the 8 great tragedies. Reagan's death was very similar to the one in Antilogy and Cleffatara.
Oh!
I was pretty... The carcass of... I'd found... I suspected that Reagan was poisoned, and I was willing to bet the bite marks on his ankles had a lot to do with that. There was no doubt that it was the... There was no doubt that... I need your...
That...
Why was Mundy hung upside down when he was murdered? And why were his eyes poked out?
His body was offered up as a sacrifice to the creatures of the dungeon dimensions, the fetid obscenities from beyond time and space. Except errata caused them to get their rituals confused, otherwise the city would be crawling with help spawn right now.
Do you know anything?
Reagan was secret...
Do you know...
He...
I asked Mooncalf where he was when he seemed to take it in... But
Well, here, in the sanctum.
so you have witnesses.
But of course, my entire congregation saw me give a glorious sermon in honor of Anu Anu.
so you can give me the names of some of your congregation to back up your alibi.
Betray the confidence of my... You must think me shallow of faith, Luton, to propose such a barbaric plan of action.
Shall I take that as a no, then? I'd learnt that Mundy had... I asked Mooncalf.
Am I missing shit again already? Or is this just a case of I need to go to game code? Examine with the X button, not with the O button. What? This is the console tutorial. Oh dear. This is only Act 2, yeah. Although I've done all this. Yeah, it looks like I did all of this stuff already. Yeah. No, I think this is pretty much Act 2 over. Look, I didn't have this Mundy hung upside down option, but I got the did Carlotta kill Mundy thing, and I already got the small gods location. Yeah, I've done all of this. Yeah. Show Bob the key. What key? Use iconograph with body. Why would using a photograph with the body do anything? Nah. I think that the game is now slowly starting to introduce me using clues, like trying to not think like a point-and-click adventure. I'm supposed to be like thinking like an investigator, so I found a corpse, and it said it's Reagan, but I should be checking it against the picture.
One thing had been bugging me since I'd found Reagan's body.
Oh.
In the iconograph that the Count had given me, Reagan was bald. Here, in the flesh, Reagan had a full head of hair. I had to pull
it mentioned
hard
he was
on his
bald.
toupee to get it off. Reagan must have glued it on to stop it from flying off as he drove the carriage. Underneath the toupee was a small key. I guess it must have been important.
Did you lick it? Exactly.
Or would he have glued it to his head.
And now we've got the key, and that's just for the safety deposit box. And we go to here. We go to the casino, and we talk to... Well...
Can we talk?
Business.
Now your pockets are a little fuller. Does this key...
Yeah, I know what it is. It's a safety deposit key for the boxes here in Saturnalia.
Thanks. Reagan had a small key under his toupee. It was basically glued onto his head, so I guess it was important to him. Hello again. Do you know what this is?
It's a set. I've seen it.
Where does it fit?
Probably fits one of the boxes in here.
Well, there's only 40 of them, so let's just try them all.
I figured a really good private investigator could do a lot of painstaking research and work out which box belonged to Reagan. But I figured, hey, the guy's a dwarf. So I just tried all the lockers on the bottom row. It fitted into box 39 like a glove. Eventually. Inside was an envelope and a bracelet with carved wooden charms. The plot thickened, and you could already stand a spoon up in it.
I think the graphics are a hindrance point there. So like, I look at the photo that I had. It's gone now, but I looked at the photo. It just down. No, it's not. It's lost its purpose, so it's done with. And he was clearly, obviously bald. He even mentioned the baldness. But then when I looked at the corpse, I just assumed that all that brown crap on the top of his head was like bad CG shadows, not a wig. So you know.
The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty. When I opened Reagan's envelope, I don't know what I was expecting. What I wasn't expecting was to find that the envelope was empty. There wasn't even anything written on the inside. There was no the coin didn't. There was no. I don't know why Reagan kept a charm bracelet in his safety deposit box, but I guess he wanted to keep it safe.
A charm. Well, we should go talk to the guy who's obsessed with spirituality about that. So all the comments that people make sense. They seem important. It's the contexts and remembering them.
I have some ask. This mean anything to you?
Puh. A child's charm bracelet, nothing compared to the power of Anu Anu.
Okay.
I need your help again.
They'll all...
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
Well, it's a Gluckding carved out of serendipitous redwood from Uberwald, I guess.
What does it do?
It brings luck.
Good luck or bad luck?
Both. First, it brings good luck, little stacks of felicitous circumstances. But sooner or later, the wielder pays for any good luck with a massive dose of bad luck. A giant omelette of doom delivered by a mad god.
Great. A mad god's omelet. Do you want it?
Are you insane? Give it to someone who's desperate.
Okay.
The envelope. Any reason you...
Just because it looks empty doesn't mean it is. There could be a hyperspatial vortex in there, a link to some trans-dimensional cache.
Nope. I'm pretty sure it's just an empty envelope. Do you know what this is?
It's a Hersheben groat.
What's a Hersheben groat worth?
Nothing. Unless you want to hire a member of the Hashishim, the first assassins.
The Hashishim?
The original assassins. A band of mad killers who are feared throughout Hubwood Clatch. They derived their name from the huge quantities of hashish they consumed. They are unique among killers in being both deadly and, at the same time, inclined to giggle and wear beads. The ones with the flared trousers are the most deadly of all.
And you'd pay one with a Hersheben groat?
No, but if you give it to one, he'll stare at it for hours and leave you alone.
I need... And why...
His bot, except... It's the combination to the phantasmal vault of Capsicum. Even the lowliest neophyte of errata knows that.
I have some more questions. He seemed to perhaps
Here, in the sanctum of the temple.
So you
But of I prefer to involve.
Okay.
Somehow, I
Here we
wasn't
go.
surprised to find Al Kali waiting for me in my office. In my head was a list of suspects for killing Mundy, and Al Kali had gone straight in at number 1.
Mr. Luton, I am so pleased to see you.
The feeling's not mutual, Al Kali. What do you want?
All in good time, Mr. Luton.
Why do I get a feeling that Al Kali isn't your real name? It's not very dwarfish.
My name is of little consequence, Mr. Luton, and the story of how I acquired it will have to wait for another time. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Now, why would you want to carry an axe?
To hack at people, Mr. Luton. An axe is the weapon of choice for a dwarf, you should know that.
Why kill me now? What's the point?
I'm not planning to kill you, Mr. Luton. I merely need the axe as a deterrent should you wish to try something foolish.
I don't try foolish things. Sometimes they just happen.
Then I suggest you don't let them happen now.
When you've finished searching me, I know a nice restaurant we can go to.
So, you have been a busy man, Mr. Luton. I think you better come with me.
Is there an alternative?
That would depend on how attached you are to your arms and legs, and how much
Quite.
you want them to remain attached to you.
Very.
I
Okay.
didn't know where Al Kali was taking me, but I was now sure he wasn't going to kill me. He could have done that in my office, and it would have been days before anyone found the body. No, he wanted me for something. I just didn't know what. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting to be taken to see a troll. I've seen some unusual things in my life, but a troll and a dwarf working together? That was something else. Ankh-Morpork wasn't hot
excuse me.
that time of year. But the big troll was sitting back in a wicker chair being fanned. Smart. Out of the cold of the mountains, overheating of their silicon brains was the reason for the trademark stupidity of the trolls. I'd have to watch my step with this one. Al Kali had a brief whispered conversation with the troll, but I couldn't make out what was said. At one point, I thought I heard Al Kali mention a coin from Sorta, but the rest was a mystery.
Mr. Luton, so glad you would come and join us, and so punctually, too. Yes, I know you were escorted by Mr. Al Kali here, but the fact that you arrived on time shows that you didn't put up any show of resistance, which means you're intelligent enough to realize that we are not your enemies. And since we are not enemies, there is always the possibility that we might be friends. You are a quiet man?
No, I like to talk, but I like to dance, too. And the trick in both is knowing when to lead and when to follow.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. I distrust a quiet man. He generally picks the wrong time to talk and says the wrong things. The talking is something you cannot do judiciously unless you keep in practice. I'll tell you right out. I'm a troll who likes talking to people who like to talk.
What shall we talk about?
What indeed do friends talk about?
Most friendships don't start out with one of the friends being led around by an axe-wielding dwarf. While we're at it, most people know the names of their friends.
Of course. How impolite of me. Mr. Al Kali, I believe you already know. And my name is Jasper Horst. Perhaps you've heard of me.
I have a bad memory for names. It gets me into a lot of trouble.
You have a bad attitude as well. That also gets you into trouble.
Now, Mr. Al Kali. It doesn't do to slander a guest, especially one whom you hope to count among your friends.
So, if we're friends, I guess Al Kali's warning about staying off the Mundy case was just a friendly warning.
Ah, straight to the point. I do admire a man who avoids skirting the issues. Such a man makes an excellent politician, but is almost impossible to trust. Well, sir, it seems you are now in the possession of something that we would like.
And what might that be?
Come now, sir. There's no need to play coy. We know you were the last person Mundy saw, and we know you have the coin from Sorter. Frankly, sir, we know you have the golden sword, and we wish to make an offer for it.
What if I told you it wasn't for sale?
Don't be tedious, Mr. Luton. We obviously know that you are in the employ of Carlotta. Hence we know that you have a price. Whatever she is offering you, we can safely offer double. And unlike Carlotta, I am a trowel of my word.
What if she's offering me something that you can't match?
You don't strike me as a man who would fall for Carlotta's moves, sir. You strike me as a man with better judgment than that. Are you loyal to Carlotta?
I am loyal to one person and one person alone. Me.
That's wonderful. I do like a man who isn't afraid to tell you that he is looking after himself.
We're all looking after ourselves.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. And I don't trust a man who says he's not.
Trust seems very important to you, Horst.
Indeed. Without trust, we are no better than barbarians. It is the capacity for trust that sets the humans, trolls, dwarfs, and such above the lesser animals.
That and our capacity for cruelty.
Does that mean that everybody that plays Tarkov is a lesser animal? They're just incapable of trust.
Used by optimists to attempt to discredit those who see the
sorry, only I laughed at that.
Really is.
You are a man of the world, sir. I like that about you.
Well. Barbarians.
Tell me about the golden
I wasn't
sword,
expecting
Horst.
this, by the way.
Carlotta didn't tell you what it was?
Horst seemed to think I knew things that I didn't, and that could give me the advantage. I decided it was time for a good bluff. She told me, but I took it for granted she was lying.
A not injudicious thing to do.
Let's cut to the chase. How much will you pay me for the sword?
Suffice it to say, I will pay you its value.
That doesn't give me much to go on.
You will appreciate, sir, that a golden sword like that is a difficult artifact to sell. Indeed, you would draw a lot of attention were you to attempt to do so. I will offer you what the sword is worth, and that, I can assure you, is more than Carlotta is offering you.
I could use a figure.
I don't like to commit myself to fixed fees. Those who set exact price tags leave themselves no room to negotiate when the circumstances change. Rest assured that it will exceed $10,000 at the least.
10,000, eh? I'll think about it. You let me keep the coin from Sorta. Why?
As a token of faith, nothing more. After all, the coin has little value of its own. But for those that know its origin, it immediately links you to the greater reward.
The sword is from Sorta too.
Let us not play these games, sir. Games are the pastimes of the tedious and of the bored. We are citizens of the world. Are far above such.
Oh, I feel like it's just been called out.
Man who plays games in his conversations. I prefer my associates to be direct and to the point. You cannot trust a man who takes forever to get to the point.
I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't... Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
Come, sir. Let us not stray from...
I suppressed the... I would... Does the word...
Come, sir. Let...
Does...
Come, sir.
What do you know about...
A strange question, sir. But you have your reasons, I'm sure. I must say I was impressed. Disguising the murder as a counterweight killing was clever. But knocking yourself out after the murder was a masterstroke. A gamble, certainly. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward.
Does Al...
Mr. Alcali and I have a complicated working relationship. He and I have been associates for some time.
Do you know what...
I cannot say I have made the...
Do you know a woman named...
I cannot say.
What exactly is your...
She didn't mention me to you? I'm not surprised. Carlotta is a model for deception. Never tell the truth when a lie will do. As for her connection with me, as she and I are associates.
That doesn't tell me much.
Alas, sir, you are right. But what it tells accurately. And that should make up for the deficit of information conveyed.
So Carlotta's an associate, and Alkali's an associate. You still haven't told me what you mean by associate, though.
Let's just say that the three of us share a common goal.
They're all after the sword.
Do you know anything?
Come, sir. Let us not stray from them.
Can you tell me?
I had assumed you would know more than I know only what I've heard.
Was that last bit?
Can you?
I know only what I've heard. That there is a spy from the counterweight continent in Ankh-Morpork, and that he is killing people in a manner that is both striking and extravagant.
Okay, I think we're done. For now.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, Horst, but I have other things to do.
I trust you will keep in touch, sir. I look forward to hearing your decision.
You're letting him go?
Come now, Mr. Alkali. Mr. Luton is our friend and associate. He is free to come and go as he pleases.
I'll let you know what I decide, Horst.
But of course, goodbye, Mr. Luton. For now.
I was starting to piece together what was going on. Whatever this sword was, it was clear that Mundy brought it into town with him on the Milka. I guess he was the courier. For who, wasn't clear. He must have hidden it in one of the crates on the Milka and then broken into the warehouse to recover it. Only the watchman stopped him before he could retrieve it, none of which told me where the sword was, or even what the sword was. One thing was clear, I needed to talk to Carlotta.
New location and new subjects to talk about. Brilliant. What a great starting off point for next week. Talk to Car. Nice. Yeah, I feel like we just got stuck there by the rope and not knowing that you could use the text prompt clues on physical clues. But I guess it makes sense if they're like thoughts rather than just like topics. So yeah, it's good to know. I would have thought that reading the manual, like the half an hour manual read that we did before starting the game, would have talked about that. Maybe it did and I just glossed over it, who knows. Anyway, thanks for watching. And thanks for all of the tips? The talkings? I don't know. Anyway, and thanks to all the random new watchers and the follows and stuff. If you like what you see, I'm here every Wednesday playing retro games on retro hardware. We'll probably be doing Discworld Noir for the next couple of weeks. But if I get sick of it, I might jump on something else. There's lots of things we've started, lots of things to finish, and lots of things new to play, so... New old, you know what I mean. Anyway, I'm going to, the sass, thank you. That's what I was thanking you for. Thank you for the sass. Right, yeah, I'll run the credits and find somebody to raid. Thank you, everybody. If you like what you see, drop a follow and come back next week. Yeah. Right. Hello, Morbeck. Thank you for the follow. Right. Quit. Yes. There we go. Right. I'll run the credits and find somebody to raid. Thank you very much. No problem. Thanks for watching. And if you want to see any of the other parts of this playthrough so far, they are all on my YouTube archive, which you can link to from my About page on Twitch. Let's have a look. Caro, what's Caro doing? Like Caro's doing stalker modding. Poe is playing Final Fantasy VI. Brett is playing Mech Warrior 2. That's where we're going. A lot of people. I think Poe maybe. Yeah. Final Fantasy VI. Go on, Mech Warrior. Right. See you again next time.